Good evening. Welcome back to Nintagious. How are you guys tonight? This is this might be a little bit of an interesting one. I think a lot of what I'm doing with this montage is potentially interesting compared to the other ones. Well, not the GDQ one. This is similar to how I did the GDQ one, but the Mega Man one, at least, it's pretty different. And that's because with the Mega Man one, I had like a pretty vivid idea of like what I was going to do. Like, I was kind of planning it out in advance. This one I'm not. And I think that might potentially make it more interesting for some. Typically, if you want to get into stuff like this yourself, I feel like it might be more interesting because you get to see the entire process. And, in that regard, we tried to start the Risk of Rain character last week, and I didn't really like how it was turning out. So I dropped it, and I said, we'll start over next week. I think I have a better pose in mind now, but it still could go horribly wrong, so we'll see what happens. If it doesn't work out super well, we'll move on to whatever game is next, which I don't know what that is yet. I haven't looked. I'm going to look now to see what we're dealing with. Alright, so we had Messenger, Shovel Knight, Monster Hunter, Risk of Rain. Monster Hunter, Messenger, Monster Hunter, Risk of Rain. Shovel Knight, Messenger, Pokemon. I didn't think we played Pokemon this year until the DLC. I knew we were going to have to do that sooner or later, but I didn't think it was going to come up this early. That's interesting. Okay. Okay. I can make that work. I was hoping for something simpler. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, Pokemon's gonna split the difference. It's not going to be quite as difficult as Monster Hunter was, but it is still going to be, like... I'm going to have to boot the game up and get references to, like, actually make it our character. That had to have just been a raid stream, but, like, I'll count it, because, like I said, we played both DLC packs this year, too, so... You know, that's a necessary inclusion. I just didn't expect it to come up until much later. Alright, let's get the Risk of Rain references back up. Thank you in advance to anyone that is choosing to spend any other Christmas Eve here with us. I should be saying that a lot tonight. We'll see if I can actually remember. Figure I'll get one out of the way now. Alright, where's my chat? There it is. Clasher, how's it going? Riley, how's it going? Anyone else might be lurking about it. It's good to have you, of course. Or watching offline. I played the first Half-Life way back when it first came out. I honestly never this is... I don't know if this is one of my hotter takes. I didn't dislike it, but I didn't see what all the fuss was all about. I remember it being one of those games where, like, I played it for, like, 6 hours straight, and I was like, this is amazing, but then I never felt really obligated to pick it back up. I was just kind of like, eh. It was a game. I really liked Portal and Portal 2, but the Half-Life games I was very whatever on. I don't think I ever even played 2. I only played the first one. I've tried to replay it a couple times, too. Like, I've been like, oh, everyone loves this game, I should try and give this another shot. And every time I'm like, I'm bored. Part of it is, I've been talking to Eno about this, and I don't think we've really talked about it on stream. I think we did a little bit on the last Deep Rock. For some reason, it occurred to me very suddenly, and I think it occurred to him at the same time, or maybe he's been thinking about it for a while and just didn't mention it. I don't find first-person games to be terribly immersive for whatever reason. Like, it's really difficult for me to really get into a first-person game. And especially first-person storytelling games. And I realized that's an issue I've always had, I just never really was able to... I never realized that's what I disliked about it. I think, as VR games, I think they'd work significantly better, perhaps, but... Otherwise, I find first person to almost be off-putting sometimes. Now, it's weird, because I think I did mention this in the last Deep Rock stream, because for some reason it doesn't bother me in Deep Rock. And maybe that's just because it's not a story-focused game. Like, maybe that's all it comes down to. But that does seem to be an exception. I'd like to play the Portal games again, but I probably won't. I'm pretty sure I own all of Half-Life, and I probably just won't ever play it. I feel like I've tried it enough times and it just hasn't gone that well. If I were to try it again, it's gonna be, like, very low on the priority list. Like I said, I really liked Portal, and especially Portal 2. I'd like to replay those someday. That's a little bit more of a priority, I think. Oh, it's perfect. I love it when I want to get ambitious with a pose. And I'm like, I don't know if I can do this. And I just Google search, like, poses, and I am able to find one that's, like, almost exactly what I had in mind. I'm not just gonna copy it, but I'm, like, at least got something that, if I have trouble, I have something I can reference. Is there a VR version of Portal? I don't have any VR stuff. I've never tried it, so I have no idea if it makes me motion sick or not. I know that, the Labo VR gave me a bit of a headache after a while. So I don't know if that's of any indication. I I don't know how expensive VR is, but that's a pretty big gatekeeper. Like, I'm a little hesitant about getting something like that if it may potentially just make me sick. But yeah, I have no idea if I would be able to handle it or not. I've never drawn an archer character like this, so this is gonna be interesting. Like I said, there's a chance this could work out very well or very horribly. That should definitely be further back. believe it or not, a definite downside with Animate that I haven't really had to deal with just yet is that these glow effects that I added to Blair, those are causing lag, and that's kind of annoying. And I think I'm gonna have to just hide it, I think, is what I'm gonna have to do. That should fix it. I haven't really employed effects like that in these montages just yet. But I also still have to be able to compare sizes here, so... Although a potential issue I've had, well, aside from not knowing if I would be able to play VR without getting sick, is I think watching people play VR games is super boring, because that's very much a user experience, I think. Like, for them it's immersive, and I think for everyone else it's just... I don't know, I tried to watch people play VR games, and I'm like, I don't get it. Like, this isn't entertaining. There's also the classic issue of games. I've never really seen a VR game where I'm like, man, I want to play this. You are not wrong. I think we've talked about that before in terms of, like... I think people think simulation games are boring to watch. Like city builders and stuff like that. But I like watching stuff like that. But I guess my issue there is, like... I don't know if I could potentially stream something that I personally wouldn't find entertaining. Because that makes it really very difficult for me to think anyone else would find it entertaining. Do 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 do. Like, something I'd really like to do someday. There's a game on Steam called Parkitect, which is basically like a roller coaster tycoon spiritual successor. I'd like to get a game like that and play it on stream at some point. I don't know if it would be entertaining, but like I really like games like that. And like I said, I've had issues with that where I'm like, I assume most people don't find it to be entertaining. But I do, which contradicts my assumption that people don't find it entertaining. I don't think I even know what that is. Oh, one of those. Okay. I was like, I'm probably gonna know what that is as soon as I see what it is. So did you rent one or did you buy one? I'm guessing bought, because otherwise returning it probably wouldn't be that big of a deal. I mean, you can probably sell something like that on like even on like Facebook or something. Like if your town has a community page, you can post stuff like that and say, "Hey, does anyone need this?" Ba-dum-bum. Ba-dum-bum, bum, ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. That is weird that they won't let you return it. I think that's a pretty good size. I think the Huntress is supposed to be, like, a little smaller. She's not necessarily a big character. I don't know how big the Messenger is supposed to be, but my headcanon for Blair is that she's pretty tall, so... Does that count as a headcanon? She's my character, right? Like, I don't think that is a headcanon. That's just a canon. Because she existed before Monster Hunter. So she's not even, like, my Monster Hunter character. Yeah, you don't even necessarily need to sell it, because, like, it's not like you paid for it. It's not like you have to make that money back. If anything, it would just be the other one paying for itself. This is such a lousy remix. It's so bad. I don't know what they were thinking. Sad thing is I feel like they could do, like, if it wouldn't cause copyright problems, I would just YouTube it really quick and be like, Crystal Man Rock Remix. And I bet I'd find a bunch that are, like, significantly better than this. I forgot to plug my phone in again. What a shock. Man, I haven't even had this phone that long, and I feel like I'm already at a point where, like, I wake up and I have to put it on its charger. I guess that's not all that bad, considering some people have to charge their phones multiple times a day, so... But, like, it used to be... it would go days before it needed recharging. Also, I was just thinking, like, before the stream, I still haven't finished Hyrule Warriors. Like, I just haven't made time to get back to it. It's so close to 100%. It's just haven't made time to do it. And maybe I'll try and do that on my week off. Boop, 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 boop. Probably. It's already 99.28 or something like that. The thing that sucks is, like, it's all busy work now. I basically just have to go get the Korok seeds. Like, that's basically what's left. I feel like, and this is maybe intentionally designed, her bow is really big. And, like, I don't see how she'd be able to pull it back all the way with how large it is. Because realistically, her bow should be, like, that goddamn big. Maybe not quite that large, but it's fucking large. I'm gonna have to, like, shrink it to make this work. I'm gonna have to, because that's gonna just not work very well. And it doesn't have any power behind it, because she's barely even pulling it back. Man, it is, it's a yawny day, it seems. That's maybe slightly better. Oh, man. I'm actually thinking about... So for those that don't know, like my vacation coming up is because of GDQ. I decided, it was the last GDQ was the first time I did this, was the one before that, I tried to just continue streaming, and I missed so much of it that I was like, next time I'm just gonna take off. So I did that last time, and then I decided to do... That was when I came up with this whole art montage idea of all the different characters. I'm kind of thinking about not doing that for this GDQ, just because there's actually like a lot of gaming and stuff that I want to do. I'm gonna try to like pace it and do both. We'll see how it works. So I'm gonna start trying to play Genshin Impact again too. Man, all those yawns kind of like loosened up my sinuses, so I feel bad that like I keep sniffling, but what can you do to a point? Okay, I need that again. Okay, so this hand should be easy. I don't think I need to do anything fancy there. If anything, just shape it a little bit better. This is the one that needs a little extra care. I'm kind of thankful that Risk of Rain characters are actually pretty simplistic. Like, I feel like a lot of 3D games will, like, they'll make their characters overly complicated because they're like, well, we're just gonna rig it to a model anyway, and it's not like it matters, right? Or rig it to a frame. It's not like we have to animate it frame by frame or anything like that. So it's almost like they feel like they can get away with using more detail. How many fingers does she have? Hold on. Oh no, I think it's just a normal amount of fingers. Looks kind of weird in the concept art. I think that's just because it's not super refined. I don't think you'd see her thumb in this particular... at this angle. Hey, Jamesy. How's it going? You said you had to work really early today, right? You're probably exhausted. And Clasher, take it easy. Thanks for stopping in and hanging out for a little bit. Did you have to work a long shift too, or was it just that you had to be up early? So it's only a little bit longer than usual, right? Or do you usually have 9-hour shifts? And hey, that's gonna be a pretty good paycheck, right? At least I'd hope that they give, holiday pay. Guess I shouldn't assume that, because, like... I should know just from where I lived in Virginia, because a lot of places there did not give holiday pay. Or overtime, for that matter. Oh, and you worked last night, too? That's rough. Yeah, that's rough. Hey Jack, how's it going? Oh, hold on a second. Huh, thank you for renewing your Emerald ship. I don't know when that happened. I didn't know that you did. You'll have to add you back to the ticker. Not that you can see the ticker right now anyway, but I'll do it anyway before I forget. Unless YouTube just glitched again. That happened a couple weeks ago where it, like, dropped a couple members and then they just randomly showed up again later. Oh, you have to work New Year's too? And yeah, if you volunteer, I mean the pay will be good. So I'd like to think it'll be worth it. It's just you'll be exhausted by the end of that. Oh, Flash, you jokester. I mentioned before that I've done stuff with... I've drawn League of Legends characters before, and that can be frustrating because of design inconsistency. If you look at like multiple references of like concept art compared to official artwork compared to in-game model, there's a bunch of these like tiny differences. And it seems to be the case here too. She has these blades sticking out the back of her gauntlets, if you want to call them that. And that's like... they just stick out in the concept art. In the in-game model, there's this whole, like, thing on the back for them to stick out of. So I'm gonna have to change that. All four of them ended up on your days off. And did they just not offer to give you the days off on, like, other days? Or were you like, nah, that's fine? Which, like, credit for the fact that you point out, like, yeah, you volunteered for it, you can't complain about it too much. A lot of people volunteer for stuff like that and then they complain anyway. And because people just love to complain. Well, at least with getting to sleep early, you didn't miss much last night. Our runs were pretty bad. I remember you stopped in, but I don't know how long you were there. Although, I didn't think they were that bad until Mega Man 4, and like, our runs were just really bad in 4. He did finish his second run, I don't know how good it was, but I was like 5 minutes behind on the second run. Like, it was ugly. I also found a soft lock in 4 that we didn't know existed, so that was fun. Yeah, it was, It's kind of happened before, but it wasn't a complete soft lock. It was on the first snail in Toadman stage. I froze time on the same frame that you lose control of Mega Man or something. That's the only thing I can figure. And the game just stopped. Like, it flashed to white, and then nothing else happened. Mega Man just stood there and just was blinking his eyes indefinitely. For... That's his life now. I couldn't do anything. I did have a weird time stop happen on that snail before, but it wasn't like an outright soft lock. Alright, well the good news is that you're not going to be able to see the blade on that. Actually, you probably would. Holding my arm out now. Yeah, that would actually be under here. So I am going to have to add that one. Okay. It's basically designed like that. I don't even know what those blades are for. She doesn't use them for anything. I never noticed she had them until I started looking at concept art. And I was like, oh, those are a thing. So I think this is the Fortress theme Twain was criticizing last night. This remix is substantially better, I think. Has a lot more energy to it. So hear me out. I noticed a long time ago, with the way her helmet is designed, kind of implies that her eyes are aligned vertically. There's a third one in the middle of her chest. I'm just gonna leave that information out there. There's a chance they were just going for design consistency, and they were like, let's just design it the same. It is smaller, to be fair. I didn't really draw it smaller, but in concept art it is. And in fact, it looks like at one point there were two in her chest. And there might still be. I think the second one's underneath her scarf. I have a lot of questions that I don't want answers to. Excuse me. Ba-da-dum, ba-bum, bum, bum, ba-dum. Hey Guy, how's it going? It's actually going fairly well. I was a little hesitant, paranoid. What's the word I'm looking for there? We tried to start this character last art stream, and I didn't like what I was coming up with. So I trashed it, and I was like, oh, I'll think of a pose before the next stream, and then we'll go. And I thought of this pose, and I was like, this is gonna be tough. I've never really done a pose like this. But I think it's turning out okay. Oh, geez, you guys were open today? Yeah, I could see that being pretty busy. Lots of people are like in that position of like, well, they need dinner, but they're like, fuck it, it's fucking Christmas Eve, I don't want to cook. On the upside, did you get, like, time and a half or anything? Oh, they don't. Oh, yeah, because you get tips. I guess that makes sense. I was just saying a little bit ago about, like, where I lived in Virginia. It was, like, from what I can tell, it was a very similar atmosphere to the town you live in. And, a lot of the local businesses didn't do time and a half. They didn't do overtime. I think their mindset was often, you don't like it, where else are you gonna work? Like, there's only so many options in the town, right? So they were kind of like, you're just gonna have to fucking deal with it. Which is unfortunate, but... And honestly, this is the part I was worried about. I was like, damn, like, I can see it, but will I be able to, like, actually get it on proverbial paper? Yeah, they don't do overtime. Yeah, like, where I lived, it was either they didn't offer you, you just got paid the normal amount, or sometimes they would just be like, we're not paying you at all for that. Like, you have to go home. Like, it doesn't matter if everything falls apart. Even the people who never frown eventually break down, and no one will come in. Like, they're like, no, we're not paying you extra for that shit. Like, it doesn't matter if the work needs done. It was a miracle that they were able to stay in business, honestly. I feel like a lot of small businesses are very cut off their nose to spite their face kind of businesses. It's just amazing that it works. I'm surprised that they even... I mean, I guess if business was hopping, of course they wanted to stay open late. I'm not surprised that no one wanted to come in for night shift, though. It's like fucking Christmas Eve. And if there's no overtime or extra pay, what's the incentive, right? See, I've mentioned a couple of times, I did Christmas dinner yesterday with my mother because she works tonight. And tomorrow. She volunteered to work because, one, it's good pay. because they do pay extra. I believe, at least. And two, the way she sees it is, I'm 35. She has coworkers that still have kids, and they should be home spending Christmas with their kids. Meanwhile, I'm not going to be heartbroken if she has to work. I'm not going to be, like, home pouting because where's mommy or anything like that. Like, I'm an adult. I can deal with it. So she, like, is willing to make that sacrifice so that other people don't have to. But a lot of businesses don't offer that overtime, and then where's the incentive? Then you go, and then you got the people that, like, you really got to feel for the people that work at, like, Walmart and stuff like that, because that's where, like, people go shopping Christmas Eve and they just treat the staff like shit. And it's like, do you know what they're going through to have to be there so that you can buy your fucking wine in a box? Like, show some respect. And some of those places, at least, used to make it mandatory that you had to work on the holidays. I want to say with the pandemic, that probably stopped, right? But maybe not. I think I want to shorten things just slightly. Oh yeah, it already looks better. That already looks better. Ba-da-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. I should make this a little bit smaller. Bum 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 bum. Hey Mulligan, how's it going? Which basically boils down to just Hyrule Castle and Ganon, no damage, right? I don't think I've ever actually watched a Breath of the Wild speedrun. Heard a lot about them, but... I've seen some of the technique, like I've seen like the rocket trees and shit like that. I don't know if they did that. I wonder if they're gonna do one at GDQ. Maybe I'll try to make a point of watching it if they do one at this one. I think they did one at the last event, though. No, they're doing Ocarina of Time in this one. Bum, bum. And a Link to the Past. And Majora's Mask. There's a lot of Zelda in this upcoming event. I think they did some weird Breath of the Wild run at the last GDQ though. It was all dogs % or something weird like that. And I was like, I don't really care. That is probably one of the few speedruns where I'd actually be okay with, like, skipping shit. Usually in speedruns, when they skip stuff, I'm like, that's lame. But it kind of makes sense in that context, due to the type of game it is. Didn't they come up with some weird... They're still inventing tech for that run, like, on a weekly basis. It's kind of crazy. I feel like they just recently came up with something new that, like, completely changed the run. I don't know if her bow even, like, bends, to be honest. Or if it's just rigid. Also, there seems to be a handle on it, which would honestly make a lot of sense. Because I was kind of ranting at the beginning of the stream. Not at the beginning of the stream. Like, once I got the pose roughed out, I was like, her bow's enormous. There's no way she'd be able to pull it back, like, tightly. I think if it has a handle on it, that suddenly makes a lot of sense. It does. It totally does. That changes things. Do 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 do. Ba 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 bum. Ba 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 bum. Ba da da da. Ba dum ba ba da dum ba dum ba da dum ba bum. First of all, that should be thicker. Second of all, that should be thicker. I don't remember what Majora's Mask did. It might not have been important. It might have been like a good luck charm or something. Bum bum ba da ba ba bum ba da ba bum. Ba ba da ba 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 da bum. Ba da bum ba da bum ba da ba 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 dum. Bum ba da bum ba ba da dum. That's something I really like about the GDQ events is, like, they actually explain stuff like that. If you go watch, like, a world record or something, there's no commentary. They don't talk about anything that's happening. Bum 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 ba 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 bum ba bum ba bum ba bum bum ba bum bum ba bum ba 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 bum ba ba bum ba ba bum ba ba bum ba bum bum ba 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 bum ba 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 bum bum ba da bum ba da ba ba da bum ba ba da da dum ba da da dum. Oh yeah, that's a thing. I remember, like, accidentally discovering that. That's one of... That is both the reason and that's the reason I like and hate watching people play Breath of the Wild. Because I like watching people come up with solutions that I never thought of, and I hate watching people backseat that shit. Because then I get deprived of that experience of seeing them discover something that I never thought of before. Dum ba da dum ba da da ba da dum bum ba da da dum ba da da dum ba da 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 dum ba da 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 now da 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 now da 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 dum ba da 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 now. I miss speedrunning. I was talking to Twain a bit about that last night after the stream. I'm wondering if I want to try to pick up a new run while over GDQ week. I have so much else I want to do, though, that I think trying to do that would be a pretty bad idea. I'm just going to stretch myself thin. Then I won't get anything done that I want to get done, and I'll just be frustrated, so... Alright, so now I'm gonna have to change your hand because I wasn't paying attention to the way this was constructed. I'm gonna have to widen the handle, too. It's a very narrow handle. Yeah, I'm gonna have to widen the handle a bit, I think. Just a smidge. Were you watching, like, a speedrun event of some sort, or were you just curious? I actually don't think I do have to make that larger. I think that'll be perfectly fine. Oh, it just like popped up and recommended. Uh-oh. Okay, I think it's I can fix it. I can fix it. It's fine. So what went wrong here is I was posing her as if she was using a normal bow and arrow. Therefore, the arrow would have been notched above her hand, right? But, ain't how her bow works. So I'm just gonna have to move her hand. That's not that big of a deal. Should be fine. Minor issue. Minor issue. So why does this even... Never mind. I don't want to go there. I feel like there's already some magical technology going on with this bow, so it's like, why does it even have a string? But should I be questioning shit like that when her eyes are aligned vertically and she may or may not have another one in her chest? Like, let's like one step at a time here. I don't think it's gonna be quite that easy, sadly. I think that'll do. I think that'll do. Cool, I'm not gonna have to change that much at all. Good news. Oh, I forgot those little fucking holsters she has on her waist. God damn it. Because again, I don't know what the fuck they're for. Are those the glaives? Does she, like, do they, like, expand out of the... I don't fucking know, dude. Hey, you know, how's it going? Ooh. Fortunately, I think I can cheat these. Due to the angle they're at, you can't really see anything other than the edge of them. And still, don't know what they are. I wonder how many of the characters have weird shit on them that they'd, like, never actually use, and we just don't notice it. She's got those blades on her elbows. And whatever these things holstered on her hips are. And they're just never utilized. Unless the things on her hips fold out into the glaives, maybe. They look like... Hold on. Like, they look like gun holsters, but there's like a little bit of a laser sticking out of the back. So it's like, yeah, what is that? And they're there in-game. Like, they're on the model. Ah. Oh. I see it. Shut up. I'll get it. Alright, I still... It's not perfect, but it turned out significantly better than I expected it to. There's a bunch of little stuff that I'm still like, I don't love this. But I think a lot of it is just gonna have to be accepted. I'm gonna... Yeah, we're gonna reduce that. And just... I don't know, do I want to? Maybe I should reduce the other part. just gonna let it go. Alright, should I take a break before I start inking? I probably should. I probably should. Real quick, I just noticed something I need to add, though. Okay. Yeah, I'm about to take a short break. And then we'll thankfully be able to just continue right along. I mentioned at the beginning of the stream I was a little worried that I thought this pose was a little ambitious and I was worried that it might turn out horribly. So I was already planning for like, well, if it does, I'll just move ahead to whatever game is next and then come back. Oh, looks like we're not gonna have to do that though, so. We probably will start whatever is next. Well, I shouldn't say it like it's a mystery. I already looked ahead at the beginning of the stream and found out that Pokemon is actually next. Which I wasn't expecting. I didn't think we were gonna get to that until like the first expansion, which was like spring. But it turns out we were still doing raids like at the beginning of the year, so. I'm gonna sneak that one in. But, yeah. So I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and then we will continue, so stay tuned. What, do you need food? Oh, you need water. You pour fingers. Oh, and you can see the bottom of your food bowl. Okay. Okay. I kind of wish, and I think Twitch does this, and I kind of wish YouTube would do this, that you could say, like, hey, I want to play licensed music, just mute the stream afterwards. Just silence the music, like, on the archive. Though granted, I don't think you can even do that on Twitch anymore, but... Sorry for the wait, by the way. I mentioned earlier that I did Christmas dinner with my mother yesterday because she had to work tonight and tomorrow. So I already have leftovers, so I was like, I'm gonna snack down some of these real quick because I'm hungry. Just the vanilla dew. The places around here stopped carrying everything but, like, basic dew for some fucking reason. It's kind of annoying. I used to get, like, a variety of a bunch of different flavors, but they just don't carry it anymore. And I've noticed that, like... I've talked about this on the stream before. I feel like people with sodas, like, they typically have one soda, right? I feel like most people don't really dabble in, like, 20 different varieties. They just kind of stick to their one. I do enjoy a root beer every now and then. I won't lie. But I'm not a big fan of colas, for example. Yeah, I used to get, like, multiple flavors. I still stuck with dew, but I got, like, different types of dew, and then I'd kind of alternate. And it kind of helps keep the flavors fresh, too, because if you drink only one flavor for a long enough time, you start to, like, forget what's great about it, I guess. You get numb to it. If you kind of balance it out with some, like... I guess most people probably have, like, two. Not just one. For that reason. I could see that. I don't really like Sprite on its own anymore. I used to, but I don't know, something about it now. Wow, wow, wow. Of course, I may have put too much pepper on the leftovers, and now I'm paying the price on that. If you're thinking, you lie, there's no such thing as too much pepper, I agree. I guess the root beer is the most polarizing? What do you mean? In terms of, like, people either love it or hate it? I don't know. I agree with ginger ale. Yeah, people either love it or hate it. They're either like, oh yeah, I love ginger ale, or like they're like, that shit's nasty. I don't think I've ever heard anybody say that root beer's nasty, but I suppose they probably exist. They're wrong, but they exist. No, I'm kidding. I've heard some people say, though, that anyone that doesn't like root beer, it's because they've had the wrong brand. Like, apparently some brands of root beer are just kind of fucking disgusting. You know what? I'm gonna use thinner line weight for that, I think. Riley, welcome back. How was music's? Ended up watching anime with your sister and eating Fat Burger? What is that a Canadian burger chain? That's such an awesomely unapologetic name. Like, oh, is it? I've never heard of it. I don't think. Maybe just not on this coast. That can be a thing sometimes. And SSS, how's it going? Welcome back to the stream. Do you have anything you prefer to be called other than SSS? Out of curiosity. You staying at your sister's place for Christmas? Fuck. Definitely too much pepper. Apologies. I'm gonna have to do something interesting here with layering that I haven't had to do yet, so... Man, we're getting fucking complicated with this montage. Honestly, the entire Mega Man 6 soundtrack is really fucking good. And I think that's basically why I like that game as much as I do. Until I started speedrunning it, and then I was like, oh, this is awful. It used to be, like, in my top 5. I think speedrunning it caused it to drop a couple slots. But it still does a lot of stuff that I like. It's an imaginative game, which was what 5's problem was, is that it wasn't imaginative. At least in terms of classic, I have a hard time rating the different franchises against each other because they're so different sometimes. I think in terms of classic, it used to be like my 3rd favorite. Although now I'm questioning what replaced it. Because sure as hell isn't 2, and sure as hell isn't 5. I guess 7. I guess 6 would now be my 4th favorite. Because I used to not include 7, because I was like, it's too different and people don't approve of it. Now I'm like, I don't give a fuck. I like it. It's a tough ranking to consider, because I feel like it's similar to what people used to say about Pixar movies. Where it's like, naturally, if you're going to rate something and make a list, people are going to assume that whatever on the bottom of that list, that you're just absolutely shitting on it, right? And you're just like, no, this game is so bad it shouldn't even exist. And that's, like, not how a Mega Man ranking would go for me. Like, the bottom of the list would be 2, 5, probably 10. For the same reason that 5 would be down there. But I don't think those games are bad. I just don't... Well, 2's bad. Fuck 2. But 5 and 10 aren't bad, they're just not as good as the other games. Also, 11 probably beats 6 now. 11's super good. And it's like so new that I tend to forget to include it. Even though by now it's been out for like 2 years. Bum ba ba da da ba ba bum ba ba da 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 da. But 11's soundtrack isn't quite as good as 6's. But, you know, that's not the only thing that you have to take into account either. Bum, bum, ba, bum, bum, bum. I'm also not as hard on Mega Man 1 as I perhaps should be. I give Mega Man 1 more credit because of the fact that people also give Mario 1 a lot of credit. And Mario 1 is not a good game. Mega Man 1 isn't a good game either. But people act like Mario 1 is good because I guess it started it all. And it's like, okay, I'm just gonna say that Mega Man 1 is good for the same reasons then. Even though it's not a good game. But it was a good foundation, I guess. I'll at least mid-tier it. Bum ba da bum ba da dum bum 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 ba da dum bum bum. One of these days I'll get off of my ass and I'll actually get the tier list videos moving, and then I'll do one on Mega Man. Yeah, but that's why I say it's a good foundation. I think there's a difference between being a good start and a good game. That's more recently, I've said the same thing about Breath of the Wild, right? Like, Breath of the Wild's a good foundation for them to build better games off of, but it's not a good game. It's very flawed, and I'd go as far as to say unimaginative. Even, like, we were talking about this last night. How did we get on this subject? We were talking about, like, the N64 era. Like, Mario 64, Ocarina of Time, GoldenEye. These games all advanced the genre. And they did important things, but many could argue they're not good games. And there is a difference. You can do something important for a genre. You can do something revolutionary and evolve gaming and not necessarily be a slam dunk of a game. I think a better example is what I'm saying about Mega Man 1 is what people say about Mega Man 2. They try to say, like, well, Mega Man 2 isn't good, but it's what started it all. Except it's not what started it all. Mega Man 1 started it all. So I guess that's a better argument, is that people try to credit Mega Man 2 with that's what made Mega Man Mega Man. And it's like, really, what did Mega Man 2 add that Mega Man 1 didn't have? The physics are still janky. They added 2 new bosses. Okay. That's kind of irrelevant to me. Like, that's... Sure, that's something that the games included moving forward, but, like... That doesn't change the core gameplay, right? It's not like sliding that completely changes, or the gear system that completely evolves the entire game system. People try and say the same thing about Mega Man 9, too. Of like, oh, it was responsible for reviving the franchise. And it's like, it was. That doesn't mean it's a good game. It's a fucking bullshit of a game. It's the fucking Dark Souls of Mega Man, and that's not a compliment. And sure, you can respect it for that, but I still think that's just... There's very different things. Yeah, exactly. Mario 1 was landmark for that reason, but it was very, very easily and quickly improved upon. Maybe good game is being too vague. Let's say great game. Maybe that's more accurate. That's my issue with Mega Man 1 and 2. It's like... I may exaggerate when I say that Mega Man 2 is bad. It's not a fucking masterpiece like people make it out to be. It clearly did something right, though, because we wouldn't have the franchise if it wasn't for those 2 games. I guess that's what it comes down to by comparison. I guess that was... kind of had to read between the lines to pick that up. I didn't explicitly say that, but in terms of looking at a Mega Man tier list, rating the Mega Man games only against each other, using Mario as a comparison, I'm also comparing that to only other Mario games. And in that case, Mario 3 is better. I hated Mario World, but it was still better than Mario 1. Like, it only goes up from there. Until you get to New Super Mario Brothers, and then it goes downhill again. But that's different. Those are bad for very different reasons. And that's mostly because they're unimaginative. And lazy. But... when you look at the Mega Man... because like I said, like, in terms of a Mega Man tier list... looking just at classic, the ones I'd put at the bottom of the list aren't necessarily because they're bad. It's just they're not as good as the others. The exception to that rule is when you get to including Mega Man X, and then Mega Man X6 is a fucking garbage fire that shouldn't exist. Like, that's just outright bad. If you were rating as with numbers, great would be what, 8+, while good is 5 to 7.9. Even that's gonna depend, because I've said before, I don't give games 10 out of 10. Like, that just doesn't happen, because I don't think perfection is a thing that exists. So I'd say... no, but I would still say great is like 8 and above. Yeah, I think I'd agree with that. I think good would still be like 6 to 8, though. Also, hey Volpe, how's it going? I mean, it does. It comes down to, like, age. But the same thing could be said with the 3D games. Like, we could apply to the same logic to Ocarina of Time and say, basically every game after that, well, not every game after that, but some of the games after that are better 3D Zelda games than Ocarina of Time is, but people could use the same argument. It's like, they're only good because Ocarina of Time was good? But no, it wasn't because Ocarina of Time was good, it's because Ocarina of Time presented a good foundation for them to work off of. That's not to say that it isn't good, that's just to say that's what led to them being able to build off of it. It was only Link to the Past as far as, like, game flow goes. The whole do 3 things and then do another cluster of things. But it's like, I'm talking from, like, a core gameplay engine perspective, like the way it controls in 3D space, the targeting system, all that sort of stuff. That has then continued to be used since then. Voices give you a headache when trying to watch 2 streams. I think I could get what you mean. I can't really watch 2 streams at once unless they are both people that are, like, a little bit more low-key. If either of them are talking too much, it becomes messy. Yeah. By the way, Volpe, it's the Huntress from Risk of Rain is the one we're working on. And I think, admittedly, a lot of my view on this is just... Like I said, you can respect a game for doing something and not necessarily think it's a masterpiece, but a lot of people do think that. And then games get overblown. I was actually thinking about this earlier when Mulligan was here. I don't know if he's still lurking around, but when we were talking about Breath of the Wild, and it's like, when I first played Breath of the Wild, I remember liking it enough that I was like, I want to do another playthrough where I go straight to Ganon and I skip all the Divine Beasts. I want to do another one where I turn the interface off and I have to rely on in-game elements to be able to navigate. I had all these different playthroughs I wanted to do because I actually did like the game, but then I started getting involved in a community where people were overrating it to such a degree that I was like, it's almost like that started to make me dislike the game because I was like, it's not that good. So I have to think, would I dislike Mario World? Would I dislike A Link to the Past as much as I do, if it weren't for the fact that they're so overblown? And that eventually got to a point where it's like, I don't even respect them anymore because of the way people treat them. But then it's not always the case. Like, people overblow Super Metroid too, but I think Super Metroid is a pretty good game. No, I haven't played it in probably like 20 years, so who knows, maybe if I tried to replay it, I'd be like, oh no, I hate this. I doubt it, though. Mostly because I tried to replay the original Metroid not too long ago, and I was like, yeah, this is fun. Like, I still had fun with that, which leads me to believe I'd probably still have fun with Super Metroid, too. Now, do I think the original Metroid is good? Not necessarily. Again, good foundation for them to build on. That's why I thought it was ridiculous when I heard somebody say that all Zelda games were bad until Breath of the Wild came out. And it's like, that exact logic. It's like, how there would be no Breath of the Wild if all of the other games were legitimately that bad. Like, that doesn't make any sense. You're confusing what you like for good. And, like, there is a difference. Which is why I always try to push at people and say, best and favorite are very different things. also have to acknowledge the fact that a lot of stuff... And I guess it's impossible to know for sure, but you'll hear some people say, well, of course Mario 1 was good, because without it, we just wouldn't have platforming games. Like, that invented the genre. And it's like, do you actually legitimately believe that if Miyamoto had not made Mario, that no one else would have ever, in 30 years, no one would have eventually come up with the concept for platformers? That's, I feel, incredibly naive thinking. Someone would have came up with it eventually. Like, imagine an alternate reality where he never came up with that, but then someone else came up with something else instead. And it created the same effect. Trying to think of a humorous example here. Imagine if fucking Bubsy was the first... was the first platforming video game. Like, imagine an alternate reality where that's a thing. Yeah, it's like, that was natural progression, wasn't it? Like, wasn't it kind of inevitable that someone was going to come up with something like that? And then, therefore, inevitable that someone was going to say, what if we have the camera be above the character so you can move in 4 directions instead? Like, that's just natural progression. On that note, you kind of can't give Ocarina of Time too much credit for moving it into 3D, because someone had to do it. It was going to happen sooner or later. Or hey, what if the stages scroll vertically, too? Hey, what if there are branching paths? Like, all of that would have happened eventually. I think it's just ridiculously naive to look at it and say, if it weren't for Mario, we wouldn't have Grand Theft Auto. It's like, that's just an outright... That's just not true. That's just not true. If anything, if it weren't for fucking Rob, we wouldn't have video games. And even that's a fabrication. Like, That's how Nintendo saved the industry in the States, but you don't think that eventually someone would have saved the industry in another way? Especially now, 30 years later. Like, someone would have tried it again, and it probably would have worked. And the amusing thing is it probably would have been Microsoft. It probably would have been Microsoft saying, hey, what if we make a streamlined PC? Because that industry crash didn't really affect computer gaming, as far as I know. Now, do they still deserve credit for seeing a situation that they could capitalize on and doing so? Sure. It was opportunistic. I'm not gonna completely downplay it. It's just... Hell, that's what Microsoft was trying to do with the Xbox One. They saw an opportunity where they were like, people are using these devices as entertainment devices. Let's try to capitalize on that. And it didn't work, but it could have. They were willing to take that risk. I feel like Nintendo's a very good example of that, because the Wii U was a very big... the DS, the Wii, a lot of their consoles are very big risks, but the Wii U was one that failed, because they were like, well, what if we make a system where you don't need the TV? To appeal to families that have a lot of people fighting over the TV. Decent enough idea and concept, it just didn't pan out. And then the Switch was basically the same concept, and somehow that one did manage to pan out. That the Switch was a risk too. Now, it wasn't as much of a risk, because it's just a better platform in general, like, kind of objectively. They made the Wii U, like, difficult to develop for and such, and that played a big part of it.
I like how that doesn't work in both directions either. Like, with the logic of, oh, this game had to be good or the future games wouldn't have been good. But then what if the future games are bad? Like, wouldn't they be good because the original was good? I feel like I'm not putting what I'm thinking into words very good with that one. It made more sense in my head. It's so selective, I guess is my point. Hey Looney, how's it going? And Sunset Watcher, welcome to the stream. Oh, come on, smoothing, work with me here. I've heard of it, I don't know anything about it, though. I've only heard of it, like, heard it in passing. I don't really keep up with anime in general.
I know people that do, but despite that, I don't think I know anybody who's super into that show. Maybe I do, and maybe they just don't talk about it a lot. Shoutouts to Crystal Man's theme for throwing a wrench in the gears and saying, "Ha ha ha! Good music. I'm here too, guys. Don't forget about me." It's a terrible remix. It's so bad. How has Risk of Rain been treating you, Looney? Have you still been playing it? Okay. I feel bad. Both you and JMT picked it up, and then I was like, the same week, I think I'm gonna stop streaming Risk of Rain for a little bit. Yeah, the runs do get long. I've recently heard a few people say that that's what they don't like about roguelikes, is that the runs can get long, and not only can they get long, but it sucks that when you die, you just lose everything. So it's all for nothing. And it's like, I can see that. I can see why someone wouldn't, like, be into that. It is very important to me that roguelikes have a long-term progression system for that very reason. And I've been saying a lot of things, Volpe. I didn't say anything to you in particular, if that's what you mean. Yeah, some roguelikes are even longer, but to be fair, Star Renegades you can save, right? A lot of the longer ones I've seen that take, like, multiple days at least allow you to save. Yeah, and, like, Risk of Rain's, like, non-stop action. I know the Gudgeon's non-stop action. One Step from Eden is more or less non-stop action. Oh, did you pick up One Step? Yeah, when you stopped in, I was like, this is probably going to be up your alley. I've been wanting to play more, but I've been wanting to save it for streams.
Yeah, there's a lot of indie sales right now that I'm trying my best to resist. God damn it, Adobe.
I forget. I was just looking at Switch sales this morning, and there was a couple games I was like, damn, I should get these. But then I was also like, I just spent a bunch of money on other games, so I probably shouldn't. Especially when it's not like an unbeatable sale. That's usually what it goes on sale for, yeah. Okay, I think the thick lines are done. Aside from her bow. Got an ice maker for Christmas? Like an ice cube maker? I used to have a refrigerator that had one of those. Or do you mean something else? Bum, 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 ba-da-dum, bum, bum, ba-da-dum. Bum, bum, ba-da-dum.
I think Hades was the game that I was like, I should get that while it's on sale. Because I keep hearing really good things about that. Make it nominated for Game of the Year, didn't it? So it's gotta be good. At least as good as Last of Us 2, which I suppose isn't saying much. I really hope they make a Battle Network collection. I believe this year is the 20th anniversary, so my hopes are pretty high. This year, as in 2021. Yeah, this was like the house I lived in, like, 3 houses ago or something like that. The fridge had a ice dispenser. And yeah, it was pretty convenient. I hope they have some cool stuff in store for Zelda. I hope it's not just Breath of the Wild 2 and that's it. How about a next-gen 4 Swords with online play? Just spitballing. I want to play Zelda 2 someday, because I never really have. And given my history of unpopular opinions with the Zelda franchise, I'll probably like it, because everyone else hates it. I also have a pretty good track record in terms of the oddball sequels. Because that happened a lot in the NES days, right? A lot of games, their sequels were, like, completely different. Final Fantasy II I actually liked. Fire Emblem 2 I actually liked. And most people are just like, it's different, I don't like it. Or I guess worse than that, it's different, therefore it's bad. Yeah, all developers were experimenting. That was just a thing. It's amazing that people were... It just goes to show you, even when video games were brand new, people were already fucking fickle. people were already complaining on both sides. They were either saying, this is more of the same, this sucks, or this is too different, this sucks. I guess it's no surprise, because people are the same way about like movies and books and music, and it's not just a game thing, so I guess it's not that surprising. Dun, da, 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 da. Developers don't cite something different, they'll eventually be criticized for not trying something different. Basically, we were talking about that earlier with the Mega Man games. Mega Man 5 is, like, the biggest example of that I can think of. That game is so, like, samey. Like, it's a good game, it's a well-made game in terms of, like, it controls tightly, like, it just plays well, but, like, it's just so... I've played this before. At least with games like 4, they were like, well, how about you can charge up your shots now? Like, they added something to make it feel a little different. That's why I thought 11 was so good, because 11 did a lot to switch it up. And it all worked really well. It's kind of interesting. Every now and then I realize, I think of a game where I'm like, this game's just universally liked, right? And I think Mega Man 11 is one of those. I don't think I've ever heard anybody say Mega Man 11 was horrible, I hated it. For the most part, everyone seems to like that game. Unless they just, like, weren't Mega Man fans, and then, like... But even then, I haven't heard anybody say that. I don't think I've heard anybody say 11 was my first Mega Man game and I hated it. Which is amusing, because I do think that 11 has flaws. Like, there are some things that I don't care for. The soundtrack could have been better. The melodies were good, it's just like the instruments they used were very underwhelming. I don't really know how to explain it better, because I don't know shit about music. But, and there's only 2 Fortress stages, which kind of sucks. Like, it does have problems, but I think overall it was just good. I'm just surprised you don't hear anyone saying that. You don't hear anyone sticking, like, turning their nose up at it and being... I don't like that they used the Yellow Devil again. That's so lazy. It's like, kind of was, but the gear system made it a completely different fight, so I think it was justified. Especially in a world where people think a rather mediocre Mega Man game is considered to be the best one. You think they'd be making quite a fuss about Mega Man 11. You know, I keep getting worried. No, that size looks pretty good. I keep getting worried that I made her too big, because she's just very sprawling. There's a lot going on, but compared to the other characters, I think that's about right, so I don't think there's anything to worry about. That would have been catastrophic if I suddenly realized that, oops, she's too big. Dun 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 dun. I mean, he's in 3, but yeah. All the other ones were kind of the same, but fundamentally different. And I think that was maybe my gripe, is that there was one in 9 and there was one in 10. Like, they just put... they were like, devils. We're just making devils. Just devils every game. Gotta have a devil. So, seeing it again was kind of like, you couldn't have come up with something new, but on the other hand, it made a lot of sense. It just worked, especially with the gear system. Like, it took something that was, in the original games, very overwhelming, and you were like, how am I supposed to deal with this? And they were like, well, now you have the gear system, so there you go. So it worked. I could see why people wouldn't have liked it, though, I guess, and I'm just surprised that I don't hear more people fussing about it. I'm actually surprised they haven't gotten a Mega Man 12 out yet. Like, I figured they would by now, since they got a strong foundation to work with. But maybe they didn't want to pull a Mega Man 9 and 10, where, like, they made 10, like, immediately, because they were just kind of like, we can, so let's just do it. And they revisit an earlier enemy, and there's either something new or you just destroy it because you got better shit now. And see, it's nice because that's not necessarily the case. It's still a very difficult boss. But they do subtle things, like the pattern he comes on screen is the exact same pattern from Mega Man 1. So, like, if you know the pattern, you've already got an edge. But it's still, like, it's still a difficult fight. He has new attacks, but you also have new attacks. So, there's... yeah, it was an interesting balance. He also doesn't really have a weakness, which is kind of interesting. I mean, he does, but his weakness is so difficult to hit him with that it's, like, not even helpful. But I do think that's, like, the correct way to do nostalgia. Like how they had Gutsman in Mega Man 7. But he was upgraded. So it's a completely different fight. You have the nostalgia, but it's not lazy. I think the Sonic games have had issues with that, because they've reused the final boss from Sonic 2 multiple times, and it's almost always the same fight. Like, they don't change much about it. And that's kind of, like, not the fun way to do it. Yeah, see, like, the 11 soundtrack is really interesting, because, like, I do think the core melodies are good. It's just the way they're mixed for that game that's very underwhelming. But I've heard remixes of those tracks where I'm like, yeah, these are fucking good. Like, this is a good soundtrack. It's just the original soundtrack kind of doesn't do it justice, in my opinion. If I had the Mega Man 11 soundtrack sitting around, I'd put that on for a little bit. Yeah, the acoustic ones were weird, too. It was weirder still that they did a soundtrack DLC, but they didn't make it 8-bit. Like, that was really peculiar. But it was better than, like, 10's soundtrack. 10's soundtrack's, like, really underwhelming. Except for the Fortress themes. The Fortress themes are really fucking good. Perhaps some of the best in the series. And Punk's theme, randomly. Punk's theme is really fucking good, too. Those I do have sitting around. Let's have some fun. Bum 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 bum. the mood they set in the first Fortress stage is just fucking incredible. Like, for those that haven't seen it, like, you're outside the fortress at this point, and it's pouring rain. And that just launches you right into the first boss. It just sucks because, like, all the Robot Master themes in 10 are very whatever. There's, like, 2 of them that are really cool, and then the rest are, like, whatever. I mentioned earlier, 10 is very similar to 5, where it's just, it's very samey. Like, it's well made. It's just nothing special. Man, where's Scarlet at? I feel like she should be here for this conversation. You know what's really amazing about Mega Man 11 is, and it's nothing against them, but they didn't have to rely on Inti Creates to make it. And it was still good. Like, they very could have easily just said, hey, Inti Creates, make us a new Mega Man game. And they probably would have. And they make good games. Like, it's nothing against them, but it's amazing that they did it without their help. And they were like, we got it. And I think it was like, wasn't it the director of Resident Evil 7 that made Mega Man 11 or something crazy like that? It's like, who would have even seen that coming? That's why I tell people that are fans of what they think are dead franchises, like, never give up hope. Because I was there. Like, 8 years. And I was fairly confident that Capcom would never make a good Mega Man game again. I was, if they even tried to make one, period, that it just wasn't going to be good. And then they were like, here, we got you something. And I was like, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. That was a very short track. Hey, Demonic, how's it going? Back to our regularly scheduled complete works. I still have beef with Capcom, though. I mentioned this yesterday. Let me go look this up really quick so I can quote it. If I can find it. So they released all of the Mega Man soundtracks on Steam. They announced, or they released all 11, and the remix albums We Are Rockman and We Are Rockman 2. And, like, the news release for it said something about, like, we released all of your favorite soundtracks. We even included Woodman's theme. And I was like, hold up. What do you mean we even included Woodman's theme? Excuse me? As if it just doesn't count. It's like low-key the best track in 2. Ba-ba-da-bum, ba-ba-da-bum. Ba-ba-da-da-dum, bum-bum-bum. Ba-ba-ba-da-ba-bum. I'm gonna point out again, because I think it's worth pointing out. I think with the design of the Huntress's helmet, it is implied that her eyes are aligned vertically. And in drawing her, I noticed that there's a third one right in the middle of her chest. That might have just been them just keeping the design cohesive. They didn't want to make it look too different. They were like, let's just reuse the same kind of design. I'd like to think it is. I was willing to come to terms with vertically placed eyes, but that might be a little too weird for me. And it actually looks like there's supposed to be 2 on her chest. One is, like, underneath the scarf. Raises all sorts of questions that I don't think I want the answers to.
Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum.
Do I want to do all the laser nonsense now? Or do I want to do shading first? I think I want to do shading first. It sounds kind of typical of them. Sad to say. Not that that makes it okay or anything like that. Hopefully there's not still a ton of snow on the ground, at least. Hey, like, how's it going? I was lurking for a bit before I started streaming. I don't think I even knew that they made Zero models. I'm not surprised, though. Even in the dark ages of them not making Mega Man games, they were still pumping out merchandise constantly, because it merchandised very well. Welcome back, Volpe. Monster Matt did a model building stream for his Christmas thing, and it was the Mega Man Zero version of Zero. I loved that he tried to tease it all coy-like. Like he had a thumbnail that was just the silhouette, and I just wanted to be like, come on, you think I don't know what that is? Like, model building, like the figures that you put together yourself. Hey Scarlett, how's it going? You missed us talking about you again. It's so disappointing. No, they're like action figure sized. Well, one, I don't have the camera on, and two, I don't know where it is. But they did some models like 10 years ago. They did a set of Mega Man Roll and Proto Man, and I have the Proto Man one. I wanted to get the other ones, but just never got around to it. 'Cause money, and now I don't know if they even still sell them. They probably do. Because like I said, Mega Man merchandises very well. Couldn't it have came built in the box? Because people like building stuff. Like, I don't think they get them... I mean, having the figure afterwards is part of the enjoyment, too, but some of it's just that they like putting stuff together. Kind of like Legos. Yeah, we were talking about the intricacies of Mega Man music, and I was like, why isn't Scarlet here for this? To some people, yeah. I could also see the appeal of why people are like, but I just want to get it and put it on my shelf. Like, I understand that, too.
Your phone tried to block Volpe. I've told the story before that, like, I understand how that happens, because, like, I don't jump on streams on my phone very often, and I don't chat on streams on phone even less. And the few times that I have, things have gone horribly wrong. So, like, yeah, like, I get it. It happens. And yeah, like, Gazer, I don't... Like, I mean, I have people hidden on the channel, but, like, outright blocking them just so that I can't see them, they have to be garbage fire human beings for me to say, like to the point that their very existence makes me upset. And that's maybe overstating it, but what I mean is, like, that seeing the way they behave makes me an unhappy person. And then I'll be like, I'm just gonna block them so I just never have to see it again. And yeah, it doesn't happen super often. If at all. I don't think I have anyone blocked. Aside from people who are hidden on the stream. So perhaps it goes without saying, but I'm gonna say it anyway. Highlights are pretty important on this one because of the fact that, you know, light laser arrows. So I gotta put a little bit of extra polish in there. I think that should be good. Boom, 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 boom. Ba ba da ba 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 da. Ba ba da ba 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 ba. Ba da 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 da. Hey Alexander, how's it going? Thank you everyone for choosing to spend some of your Christmas Eve here tonight, by the way. I said at the beginning of the stream, and I was like, I need to be saying this throughout the stream, but I can guarantee I'm gonna forget. Sure enough, I did. So at least I came through on that promise. Oh yeah, you said you're like really into Faster Than Light lately, right? I remember like when I got that game, I was super into it for a while. It's basically Space Organ Trail. Like, it's more or less what it is. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I have that problem sometimes, for sure. Not just with roguelikes, just with games in general. Alright. I'll play a game and I'll be like, this is the best game I've ever played ever. And I'm like super into it, and then just all of a sudden I'll drop it and be like, okay, that's enough. Kind of like Hyrule Warriors, yeah. Cause like I have like less than 1% of that game left to complete. I just mentioned this earlier that I just haven't found the time to go back and finish it. But I guess that's a little bit different because I did kind of hit a point where I just didn't have anything left to do. So if there was still stuff to do, I'd probably still be playing it. So that's a little bit different because it's not like it's that I ran out of stuff to do. It's not that I got bored. That and it just wasn't streaming well for whatever reason. Games that are popular but no one's ever heard of. So you're talking about niche games, basically. That's so difficult to tell, because, like... No, I think he means that, like, people actively really like the game, it's just it's kind of obscure. And that's tough for me to tell, because, like... most of the opinions... I look at my only exposure to what people think is popular is from a streaming perspective. And that's very skewed. Because there's a lot of games that are super popular stream games that people tend to not give a shit about. And then there's games that are really, really popular that streamers don't give a shit about. Like Risk of Rain 2. Apparently Risk of Rain 2 is considered one of the best roguelikes in recent years. Have you ever seen anybody stream it other than me? Now, I'm sure there's people out there doing it, it's just within our community nobody's streaming it. But apparently that game is very highly... it's very highly received. But from a streaming perspective, I'm like, no one's ever heard of this game. Yeah, but Among Us wasn't popular while it... like, no one liked it while it wasn't popular. You know what I mean? It's not like there was a super rabid fan base playing the game at the time. Like, before it was popular, there was enough people... there were few enough people playing the game that all of them played together all the time. That's how underplayed it was. I think he means games that people like, but it's not super mainstream. Not that it's one and then the other. I'm trying to think of other ones that are like, this game seems to be widely liked, but you don't see people talking about it super often. I mean, One Step from Eden. One Step from Eden is considered to... Most people who have played it are, like, over the moon with it. They're like, this game's fucking incredible. And even the creator has said he had no idea there were so many Battle Network fans out there. Like, it's a very successful game in that regard, but most people haven't heard of it. A lot of indie games probably fall into that category of, like, there are people that like them, because there are some people who... And I guess indies are another example of what I was talking about. Like, indie games are, now, these days, like, very well received. There's a lot of people that, like, exclusively play indie games, and they're like, these games are fantastic. But if you were to go to, like... If you were to go around to streamers that play, like, exclusively Mario games and ask them, have you heard of this such and such an indie game? Most of them are probably going to say they've never heard of it. Like, because they're not mainstream. They're considered to be good games, and to those niche audiences they are popular, but they're not, like, mainstream. And I think that might be what you're getting at. Games that are popular, but they aren't mainstream. And yeah, I'd say a lot of indie games fall into that category. I mean, there are still a lot of people that basically only play AAA games. If you can believe that. Yeah, anyone my age is gonna know what Oregon Trail is. And even, like, a generation after me, maybe. Yikes. So if Light Gazer ever wants to play a cooperative survival game, I now know what my answer is. Absolutely not. You're gonna let me die of dysentery. I know whose team you're really on. Yeah, to be fair, that was, what, 20 years ago? If not more. But still, you never really outgrow the thirst for blood, do you? I remember thinking that too. I was like, you know, as a kid, you're like, man, I can't wait to be an adult. There's games like that I can play. And then I became an adult and I played a Leisure Suit Larry game, and I was like, this is it? This is what people were hyping up? Which is just another goes to show you moment. People always liked edgy shit. Like, people liked those games because they were edgy and tasteless. And taboo. And for basically no other reason. I guess because they're funny. Like, I guess. But I think that's probably subjective. A lot of people probably don't think they're very funny. I didn't. I was kind of like, is this supposed to be funny? It's a point-and-click adventure game, Volpe. Well, maybe not all of them, but I think the original ones were. I'd argue that you're not missing out on not knowing anything about it, to be honest. Somewhat. Yeah, I guess. Like, the good indie games at this point have gotten, like, so good that it's, like, easy to forget that there is, like, a sea of really bad ones out there. Because there's more of, like, a filter now, right? I'd say DOS games are similar to, like... It's all games of that era. Atari games, even NES games. Like, yeah, there's a couple in there where you're like, oh, these are good, or at least show promise, and then there's other shit that you're like, what the fuck is this? You guys were just making a game because you could, didn't you? Now, to be fair, people didn't fucking understand game design back then. They were making it up as they were going, but... This is very much a new frontier. All words are made up? No, I get what you're saying. That just, like, everything had, like, a fictional language. I think I've asked this before, and I don't know if you've answered, if you're even comfortable answering. I have no idea. Like, when you were really little, was English your first language, or was Spanish your first language? I think it was English, right? But I'm not totally sure. People who know more than one language is still such a mind-blowing concept to me. Like, it's super cool, but it's like, I just don't know what it's like, right? I don't understand how it feels to be able to understand two different languages like that. Although I guess I kind of do, because really some games have such thick jargon that I probably do. Like I've mentioned before, when we're playing Risk of Rain, a lot of people probably have no idea what we're talking about. It's probably as if we're speaking another language. Monster Hunter's probably another one. Now, it's slightly different because we're still using words that people are familiar with, it's just we're using them in a context that people aren't familiar with. But I remember thinking that when I played a lot of World of Warcraft, too, because MMOs have a lot of terminology, a lot of abbreviations that, like, to someone who doesn't play the game, they're probably like, what the hell does that mean? Now, a lot of them are mainstream these days. Like, people know what AoE means, for example. People know what aggro means. But in the vanilla days of World of Warcraft, like, people didn't know what that meant. DPS is just like a common term now. Oh yeah, nothing Twain says makes sense. The entire 6-hour stream last night, I honestly didn't even, like, I had him muted on Discord. Like, I don't know, because I don't understand a word he's saying. What if? What if? Whenever we switch games, I just have to look at the stream and see what game he's switching to, because I don't know. You forgot about... That's really funny. That's really funny. But you're not wrong. Like, I've watched like some of the Phoenix Wright streams where he starts talking about more of like the legal side of things, and low key sometimes I'm like, I don't know what you're saying right now. This actually doesn't make sense to me. But you sound smart saying it, so I'm just gonna smile and nod. It's also going to be really funny if he's lurking right now. Man, this is another one that's like, it's turning out pretty good, but it's taking significantly longer than I thought it was going to. Like, this almost might take longer than Monster Hunter. Well, we did do that in 2 streams, to be fair. Yeah, Monster Hunter did take 2 streams.
Bum, 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 bum. This is such a unique track. That is something that's nice about smaller communities. Also, like, Gazer, that backpedal. Have you ever seen a Muppet movie? There's this scene in a Muppet movie where Kermit meets Fozzie. For those who don't know, the Muppet movie is about how they all met. And Kermit winds up in a bar. Keep in mind, this movie was made in, like, the 60s, so they did shit like this in a kid's movie. They winds up in a bar, and Fozzie's the entertainer. And one of the jokes Fozzie's about to say is, like, there was this sailor that was so fat, and there's this sailor in the crowd that's, like, gets really mad, and he's like, how fat was he exactly? And Fozzie's just like, he's so fat that everyone likes him, and there was nothing funny about him at all. And it's just the funniest line. He backpedals super fast, and for some reason, your backpedal on Lawyers there, like, reminded me of that. And now I'm imagining Light Gazer in his super smooth voice saying waka waka waka. Bum bum ba 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 bum.
Well, it's especially funny because, like, at least Twain has a sense of humor, so even if he heard it, he probably would have thought it was funny, too. So at least there's that.
Bum bum ba ba bum ba ba bum ba ba bum ba 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 bum ba ba bum. Bum 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 bum.
Oh yeah, I know what you meant. Like I said, I think he would have been. I think he would have thought it was funny too.
Ba 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 ba.
Maybe if you, like, run yourself short of breath? Maybe? I think that might be where the idea came from, is, like, you laugh so hard that you, like, choke. And then, like with many things that are kind of morbid, they smacked it into cartoons and made it funny. Like, one of my recent rewatches of Who Framed Roger Rabbit, I was low-key like, dude, those weasels are dying. They're dead. They no longer live. that's legitimate. That's a legitimate cartoon character dying, and we're laughing about it. Like, that is wild. And fucking Eddie Valiant, Bob Hoskins, hero of my childhood, legit murders one of them. This is fine. Times were different, let me tell you.
Wow, 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 wow. Yeah, the baby with the cigar. Whew. What a time. What a time. The whole concept of the movie of a cartoon character being accused of murder is like it's like the whole concept is like that's not something that could happen today. And not be classy. If it happened today, it would be tasteless as fuck. Holy shit. It's just a little circle, dude. Just, it's easy. Come on, auto smoothing. You didn't even try. Oh my. It's literally not even trying. Oh my god. I'm gonna cheat, fuck it. I'm gonna fucking cheat. Cause it's just auto smoothing is just fucking with me. Bum ba-da-dum bum 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 bum. Cancel culture is stupid. It is. You ain't wrong. And it's like, in theory, it's not. Like, I fully support if someone did something outright wrong, that yes, they should have to deal with the consequences of doing something outright wrong. The problem is people often get canceled over ridiculous shit that's either not true or it's not that big of a deal. People, like, react on a hair trigger with that shit.
Right. I think... Oh, no, those are supposed to be red. Okay, I had it right the first time. Volpe's just fucking writing comedy right now. And we just get to experience it at no cost. That should be more of a teal, I think. Should that maybe be lighter? What? That might be okay. I don't really love Stone Man's theme, but that's like that's a pretty solid remix. It's pretty jammy, slappy, boppy. What are we calling it now? What are the kids? Can I get a kid jargon check? I only just learned about slaps, like, a year ago, and it's probably irrelevant already. By the way, I got new pixels for the likes. This might sound ridiculous, because we're, like, kind of close to finishing this, but I'm going to take a really quick break. I need a drink, and realistically, I still have to do the arrow, so you know, there is still quite a bit left. So I'm gonna take a short break. Like, I could probably finish everything up in a half an hour and then just call it quits anyway, but I'm fucking thirsty, so... yeah. I'm gonna do that first. So I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Stay tuned.
I almost jumped back on those leftovers. They were staring at me longingly. And I was like, no.
The people are waiting, damn it. I will have to wait until later. Something like that for Scarf, maybe? Her scarf's like, it's like that color, but it's darker. But I also feel like that's too dark. Let's split the difference. Yeah, I think that's good. I did say scarf. Do I want to know what you thought I said? Arse, maybe? Oh, did you think I said Scarlet? I don't know why I assumed you misheard something lewd. Like, arse isn't that lewd, but still. I don't know what that says about me or what that says about you. Bum 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 bum. A bit? Just a bit? I think you have your very own Mega Man X4 styled intro blurb. Da, 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 da. Yeah, you see what I did there. The basic-ass Adobe color palette does not have good grays. Is it that big of a deal? Not really. I'm just lazy and I'd rather use existing colors if I can get away with it. I feel like it should be lighter than that. Yeah, I think that's better. Yeah, they only have, like, the grayest of grays. And by that I mean it has no color at all. It's just literally monochrome grays. That's, like, about it. If you want a gray that has, like, a bit of, like, a blue tint to it or a brown tint to it, like many grays do, those just don't exist. You're gonna have to just make those yourself. Wow, Zara's crooked as fuck, holy shit. Are you ready to avenge more tomorrow, Scarlet? Let's not do that yet, actually. Maybe. Maybe? I'm semi-kidding. If you can't make it because you have Christmas stuff going on, that's totally understandable. Just before someone's like, dude, it's Christmas, leave her alone. I fucking know. I'm using so many cheats here, and I don't even care. I won't use that cheat. Fine. I don't think I want that thick. Maybe I do. Maybe I want to split the difference. How do I do this? I guess I could do it like this. Where's the fucking pencil tool? There we go. Oh, I don't even have to do that, necessarily. Yeah, 8:30. Ah, you were wondering why I did her arms separately, weren't you? Now you know. You know what? Yeah, I could just... Oh, I can't fully do that. Never mind. I'm a dumb. That's maybe a little too thin. There's still some touches here and there that I want to change. We ain't done yet. I was really striving with this one. I didn't want to rely on glow effects like I did on Monster Hunter, which honestly, I might go back and change those. I mentioned way back at the beginning of the stream, I have all the other characters hidden at the moment because I employed these glow effects on Blair. And even though they're small, those cause a lot of lag. So I had to disable those. It might be in my best interest to just make them cel-shaded like I did here. I think we're done. For those of you that might like seeing those breakdowns for a brief moment. Hold on. Not quite. Not quite. This one's close enough that should really have a highlight on it. If even just a slight. What? Scarlet, why? We almost got through 6 hours without anyone going there. Then... Oh my goodness. I don't fully get it either, and I don't know if I want to. It's... No, I don't think... I think that one's beyond Volpe's capabilities. To be honest. Bum bum ba bum ba bum ba 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 bum ba bum. Ba da da dun 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 dun. Yeah, there's all these little things that I'm like, I could change this or I could change that, but I'm like, do they matter enough that I'll change them later if they wind up bothering me that much? Actually, there is one thing that I think we will change. Oh my goodness. I don't know if that part's necessary. Yeah, I think it looks better when it's more coherent. Quick, Scarlet, I need something not crotch candle related for Quarble to be saying in this version. Ba-da-dum, 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 bum, bum. Bum, ba-da-dum, 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 bum, bum. I guess I could just have him saying like, "Oh no, it's fine, I'll move." No, it's no big deal. What at all? Whatever, whatsoever. You don't know you dropped crotch candle on us, and you can't. And this is going too far. This is too much to ask. Ba da 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 da. Excuse me. Oh, jeez, that snuck up on me. That needs to be more passive-aggressive. I like it, but it needs to be more... Yeah, it's fine, I can move over in a very fuck you tone. It's slightly better. Nice. So did you guys do that that Nintendo Switch 2020 in review thing that tells you like how many like what games you played the most of and shit like that? I shit you not, I played 69 games this year. $69. So that was fun. September... Oh, no, September is the one where I didn't play anything, which makes sense because that's when Avengers came out.
And right around when Fall Guys came out. It was right after when Fall Guys came out. April and July were my most active months. My most active day, though, was December 2nd, which was, like, right after Age of Calamity came out, so that makes sense. Oh, no. That was in 2019. My most active day by hours was January 15th, actually. I have no fucking idea what that was. My top played games were actually New Horizons, which I was surprised by. I knew that would be up there. I didn't think it would be my highest, though. Risk of Rain 2, Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate, Mega Man Legacy Collection, and Age of Calamity. My top played games in 2019 were Dragon Quest Builders 2, Pokemon Sword, Mega Man Legacy Collection, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, and Dragon Quest 11. Alright, I can close the Risk of Rain fucking references. Finally. What came out in March? I don't know, like, what was mine? April and July or something? What even came out then? Well, April was Animal Crossing, so that makes sense. I don't know what the shit was in July, though. I guess I could check if I just look back on the channel. Duh. I don't want to do that, though, because that's spoilers for the montage. So, let's not do that. Speaking of which, So at the beginning of the stream, so like a little bit of backstory here while we wrap up. Last stream, we finished Monster Hunter, and then we started on the Huntress, and I did not like what I came up with at all. I was like, nah, I don't care for this. So I just scrapped it, and I was like, I'll get a better pose in mind, and I'll have it ready for the next stream, and we'll start over. So I had this pose in mind, but I was kind of hesitant about it. I felt like it was a pretty ambitious pose, and I was like, this could go poorly. So I planned ahead and said, if it goes poorly, we'll do the next game in line. We'll just skip ahead and we'll come back. And at the time I didn't know what game that was going to be. I looked it up on the spot, and it turned out, and I bring this back up now because this is what we'll be doing on Sunday now, and the next art stream, which will be the last art stream of the year, and before vacation. The fifth game, let me bring it back up real quick. Oh, I went the wrong way, hold on. Okay, so January 2nd, played The Messenger. January 3rd, we played Shovel Knight. January 4th, we played Monster Hunter. January 5th, we played Risk of Rain. January 6th, we played Monster Hunter. January 10th, we played The Messenger. January 11th, we played Monster Hunter. January 12th, we played Risk of Rain. January 13th, we played Shovel Knight. January 15th, we played The Messenger. January 16th, we played Pokemon Sword. Which I knew that was going to come up eventually, because the DLC came out this year, so clearly we played Pokemon at some point this year. I didn't remember playing it in January. I didn't expect it was going to come up this quickly, so that will be a double whammy, because we are going to include our player character, Pepper, which will be cool, because I from the get-go, I was like, I want to include Blair and Pepper in this montage, for sure. So that's neat. I'm also probably going to include Grookey. our starter. I could maybe be persuaded to switch if I think of if there's another Pokemon where I'm like this may. Oh, I should do Gesundheit. Oh fuck yeah, we're gonna put Beartic in it. That's what we're gonna do. Yeah, we're gonna put Beartic in it. The shiny Beartic. That's what we'll do. We'll do Pepper and Gesundheit. I kept thinking, like, I wasn't that in love with the Grookey line, right? So it feels weird to include the starter. Because I was kind of like, whatever. Like, I wasn't completely thrilled with it, so I was like, that's silly. I replaced him with Bisharp in the second DLC, but we never really got a chance to use him in the second DLC, so that would have been weird, too. Beartic that's the answer, Gesundheit. The first shiny I got in Sword, and, I used him for raids a lot, so I think that's the play. I think that's the play. So that will be on Sunday. And as I said, that'll be the last art stream of the year, and the last one before vacation. Looking at my... Yeah, so we did the art stream today. Tomorrow we're going to play Avengers, which will probably be the last Avengers stream for a while, sad to say. We'll bring it back out once they add another character, for sure. But I really want to focus January and February on indies. So it's probably going to be set aside for a little bit. I'll be off on Saturday. We'll do another art stream on Sunday. We're going to play Deep Rock Galactic on Monday. Probably. There's a chance that I might still say, like, we'll do something else. But I want to play Deep Rock, so I'm just kind of like, well, just do that. If that's what you want to do, just do that. Because anything else is going to be, I'd rather be playing Deep Rock the whole time, right? Tuesday, we're going to play more One Step. Wednesday, we're going to play Fall Guys. And then we're going to be off New Year's Eve. New Year's Day will be the official start to Indiewary. I'm going to go ahead and throw that out there. I'm pretty sure I said this on stream already. I haven't revealed much about what we're doing for Indiewary, but I think I revealed this one. So I'm just going to go ahead and throw it out there. We're going to play Cave Story again. And I'm going to go for the good ending this time. I looked everything up because it's kind of convoluted. I looked up everything I have to do to get to the good ending. So we're going to do another Cave Story playthrough. That should be a one-off. That'll just be one stream. So I'll sneak that in before my vacation. Again, that'll be next Friday. Saturday, I'll be off again. And then Sunday through at least Saturday is vacation. I might take off all the way through to next Sunday. Maybe. I haven't really decided yet. We'll see what happens. If I do another montage for GDQ, I'm gonna be pretty arted out by the time my vacation's over, so I might not want to do another art stream right away. So we might do something else on that Sunday, or I might just take off. I kind of remember last vacation that I did for GDQ was very much, I wished I had taken a recovery day. GDQ ends on Saturday, but I remember saying I should have taken Sunday off too. So I think I'm going to do that this time. And then once we come back from that, it'll be full tilt Indiewary. Expect One Step from Eden to be a weekly thing. Expect Fall Guys to continue. We'll continue doing the art streams. Nothing else I've announced yet. So, but I'm super excited for it, so I hope everyone's looking forward to it. I guess it's hard to when I don't announce what the games are, but I like the surprises. I think that's fun, so. Maybe as we get closer, I'll announce what if I announce a new one? Well, we're gonna run out of... I was gonna say, what if I announce a new one every stream? Up until January. But I don't fully know which... I have so many options due to Game Pass that I don't fully know which ones we're gonna play, and when. Like I said, I'd imagine if we have 6 stream days a week. Saturday's off. One of them's an art stream. One's One Step. One's Fall Guys. That leaves us with 3 days. I'm probably going to focus on one game at a time, and I haven't decided what's going to be first yet. Well, we're still going to have Deep Rock on Mondays, too, so we have 2 days. But I still haven't decided which one I'm going to tackle first just yet, so... I don't want to announce too much. But... I'll drop the crumb of Cave's story, at least. I'll give you guys that one. Which, that's gotta be coming up for this montage at some point, too, because we played that in January. I don't remember when, but we did play it. It was right at the end of January. There's some other stuff coming up before we get to that one. Alright, let's call it quits. This was a lot of fun, though. It had a chance of not being fun, but I think overall it turned out pretty well. I was really worried that the pose was just going to give me a lot of trouble, and then I was going to get frustrated, and then YouTube was going to do something shitty, like not tell anybody I was live, and I was going to have to deal with that. But, yeah, I can't complain. It went pretty well. It seemed like you guys were enjoying yourselves, too. Again, thank you, everyone, for coming and choosing to spend some of your Christmas Eve here with us. It's definitely appreciated. As I said just a bit ago, I will be streaming again tomorrow on Christmas Day. Usual time, I'll just be playing some Avengers. It's not going to be anything too crazy. It will be crazy because Scarlet might be there, and you know, it's bundled, right? But it's not anything like a special event or anything like that, is what I'm getting at. Except it still is, because Scarlet could be there. And it's still a special event. But you get what I mean. It's not a Christmas special, let's put it that way. Let's put it that way. And then, yeah, we'll do another art stream on Sunday. We'll start working on adding the Pokemon characters. I think this is coming along pretty nicely so far. I'm not super happy with the way the messenger turned out, if you can believe that. I think you can kind of tell that I was rusty, and I was kind of trying to shake it off when I was working on that one, but I feel like the other 3 have turned out very well. I'm pretty pleased with those so far. I'm pleased enough with Blair in particular that I might put her on a shirt, like, all by herself. And drop that on put some merchandise out there. I just want to keep listening to this. The outros for art streams are the hardest because I have the music playing, and I'm just like, I could just sit here and keep listening to this. Like, I don't want to pry myself away from this, but I should, because I had a couple snacks on breaks, but I should sit down and have an actual meal, so... So yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow for Avengers. Actually, how many people do we have watching? 7. Do you guys want a raid? I think I have a pretty good option for a raid. I think we have, at least, like, 5 of us? It says there's 7 of us, but, like, judging by chat activity, I think there's, like, 5 of us. I don't know if we've ever raided them before, either, so this'll be neat. Maybe we might have once, though. Oh, we have not! Yeah, it's perfect. That's perfect. Bum, ba, ba, da, da, ba, bum, ba, da, ba, ba, da, da, dum. Alright, let's do it. Alright, so we're gonna go see how Zombie is doing. She's rated us a couple times. The name of her stream is the game I've been playing for the last 48 hours of my life that I can't get back. She's playing Genshin Impact. And that is a very accurate explanation of the first 48 hours, my first 48 hours of that game. So, I actually need to start playing that again. But yeah, we haven't been able to raid her yet, so that's super cool. So let's do that. Looks like the link went through. I wanted to double check. Let me do pixels really quick. Again, thank you all for hanging out tonight, especially for choosing to spend some of your Christmas here. I definitely appreciate it. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll see you over there for the raid, and I'll see you back here tomorrow for some Avengers, or on Sunday for more art stream. If I don't see you, then enjoy the rest of your holidays and the rest of your year. Take it easy, and I'll see you guys next time.